Dude can bring some perspective.
Give it a minute to get itself figured out.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
That's true. I am kind of like, even by Inazuma, you're already kind of a boss ass bitch. And by Natlin, people probably shouldn't even bother. You're probably okay right now. Yeah, we have a bunch of his diaries. It will be of help. Look, you just gotta learn when to keep your mouth shut. As a professional yapper, I am a yapper. Okay. Let's pull up the map. This wasn't here yesterday.
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
And we're mostly gonna do the main quest first, but anything I run into on my way, I'll take. What is? Oh, okay. It's like, what is that? I didn't do anything. If I just run around so much, it's like Infinity Nikki with a.
Open fire! Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Let me take care of this for you, Rue.
Stars, take me up. Bullseye! Open fire. Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Bamboo. House the long. Okay. First, we'll get our Prima Gem, and then
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
oh, poor guy. We got ourselves I mean, I question if you're an adult, but okay. And there's our day 2. I was right, it is these pyro mages.
As you wish, beautiful light.
Bullseye! Bullseye! Fire in the hole!
The night is cold. Cold. Mine to command. You're toast! Odds reveal!
Locked on! Bullseye! Fighting the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
Okay, this is day 2, and then hello. I'm doing pretty good. I did, in fact. There is something here that will react to the feather. I did, in fact, burn my arm, but it's fine.
Cry out my illustrious name.
Well, we're already on a roll because, in fact, earlier this month, I cut off part of my finger. And so, you know, we're just doing so well. I was using a mandolin in my kitchen, and I was like so excited. I was so proud of myself learning new kitchen skills, and next thing you know, the tip of my finger was gone. And even better, I moved across the country, so nobody I know lives here, and I have no friends. So I had to call my boss at like 9 p.m. and to take me to the hospital because all the urgent cares were closed. And so I had to pay even more to go to the hospital. And then, of course, I'm sitting in the emergency room forever. So my boss and I hung out until like 2 a.m. and then she took me to get food because I hadn't eaten because I was trying to make dinner, and it just went so well. Yes, she's so nice, and I am so embarrassed because apparently my mother sent her an email thanking her for it, and I was like, no. It's fine. But no, I'm really just coming for this art. So my finger is okay. So like the skin has grown back and stuff, but I won't have like normal feeling in it for months because I cut like all the nerves, and it's shorter than my other finger now. It's shorter than it's supposed to be, obviously. And like if I hit it on something, it hurts so bad.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
My guiding star, nice and spicy. By royal decree, let's fly. Open fire.
But you left at a good time last night because I didn't make it much longer after you left. I just went to bed. I got all of the like daily chests, and like there's still some stuff to do that's available all the days, like all this underground stuff. But I was just like, I'm tired. We can go to bed now. I'm going to say that we live in a very similar time zone, because you said it was like 12 when you left, and it was about 12 o'clock for me. And I'd been at work all week. Because like I'll usually stay up later on my Saturday streams, but probably not today. So it depends on when I finish Tsurumi. I need to do the Fontaine event, and then we'll see if I have time for a story quest. Because I have all of the Inazuma story quests. And then once I do the Kokomi story quest, I'll have this unlocked. Or I could work on, I have these two hangouts. And eventually I'll have these two hangouts. This one is locked behind... See, and I never have to be at work. Like, my schedule is very set. Okay, I forgot. Official, we can't be doing this. So, I don't work at a traditional library. I work at, like, a state commission. So, like, we're only open Monday through Friday, and we are only open 8 to 5. So, I work 8 to 5 every day. The only time there'd be any difference is, like, if for some reason I traveled to an event or to another library, but my job usually doesn't involve that. I'm a reference librarian, so like people call with questions and I do research for them. I mean, most of the time the research is Google searching things for them, but sometimes it's a lot more involved, like genealogy questions. So like the only thing I've ever done after hours stuff for is I went to our state library convention. And it was after hours in the sense of I had to drive there and back. I had to wake up early to go that. But it's very set hours. I'm always done at 5 o'clock. I don't take work home. We only work from home for bad weather, and sometimes it's like I live in a hurricane zone, so sometimes it's like stuff from hurricanes, but also in the hurricane zone they are not used to winter weather, and so if they even suggest there'll be snow, we get sent home to work, which is funny to me because I live in the South. I'm not from the South. I've lived in two places where it was very, very snowy. like so snowy, I almost bought winter tires for my car one year. So I usually end up laughing when we work from home for snow and it's like an inch or two. I'm always like, oh boy. Because I once had to drive to work in like 6 inches. And I almost wrecked my car. Yeah, our last work from home day, it was supposed to be this huge blizzard, and it didn't even snow. It didn't even rain. It did nothing. And, like, my job is very much... I mean, it's in office. There's not much I can really do from home. So I end up, well, to be honest, usually I end up pulling up Genshin.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
That's actually how I determined that I was having internet problems, is because when that snow day occurred, I had my laptop, my work laptop, and Genshin running. And so when a month later I couldn't have my laptop and Genshin running, I was like, something here isn't right.
Open sesame! Oh, now I'm hungry.
No, I didn't. You're gonna make me remember this? Okay. I'm not here to remember things. Got you. You. This thing. Triangle. Circle. I took a picture with my phone. I just zoomed in on my TV screen. Yes, we're on day 2. Ooh, more Rip Towns.
My guiding stuff. Bubba, get them. Odds reveal them. Ha!
Oh my god, it's like a big attack.
Locked on. Not now. Shadow Raven, let night fall. Nice and spicy. Hey, yeah. Locked on. Locked on. Open fire.
It was an ambush. I will have to admit, I am glad that there aren't more of these because I don't have a built healer on this account.
The night is cold.
I have intentions to build Barbara. And originally, I was going to get Yao Yao from Lantern Right, but Yanfei was just the better option.
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
Oh my gosh, this is going to be controversial. I don't like Bennett. Not like in a gameplay sense, like in a character sense. I find him and Noelle to be very, your whole purpose is to make them feel better. And I don't really like that. It's a big thing with Noelle for me. I really, really don't like. I'm also just not into the whole maid aesthetic of Noelle, but like a big part of it is I don't want to be there to make the character feel better about themselves.
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
And Bennett's definitely like, I don't even know if I'd say I dislike Bennett. I just am not really into it. Noelle is like an active, like, I find her to be annoying. Maybe I'm just a really lazy person, but like, if after this many times she hasn't made it into the nights, I feel like that's when you're like, maybe there's something wrong that I'm doing. How am I getting... Okay, it must be from statue. Like I said, Bennett's like mildly annoying, but like it's okay. But for me, Noelle is very bad. Bennett, I just don't prefer him, and so he's not. I just don't use him. I believe I have him on this account. Oh yeah, right here. I have no intention of using him. He's like semi-built on my main account because when I went to Dragonspine, I was using him. I guess I didn't show you yesterday. I have intentions of building Barbara because I have some. So obviously this is the team I'm playing with. This was my original intention for Chaska, but because I'm doing the whole no Statue of the Seven in places that I haven't gone, it was too many characters to try to build with no map. Chaska I did completely in my friend's world because Chaska also has the downside of using a bunch of materials that are kind of locked behind the whole Achnotlan quest. This is my Wriothesley team, but I might switch Rosaria out for someone else to just provide a different reaction. I might switch her out for Fischl. This was just a recommended team on the internet. I don't really know anything about Rosaria. This was another Chaska team idea, but I think I've dropped it. I just don't have anything to put in its place. I have a Hyperbloom team that requires Barbara. Yes. I didn't think about that. Earlier I did say I don't have a healer. I do have Jean. I'd forgotten. But again, Nilou has flowers that were just really hard to find. And I don't even want to think about finding. Kale's mushrooms are hard to find even with the map open. And then I have a Zhao team that I was using. This was the OG team, except for instead of Jean, it was Layla. And then my little Klee heart requires me to build Yanfei, the enemy. But I currently don't have any level up books. I ran out in the process of leveling up Farina and Wriothesley. Are you talking about finding the materials for people, or what are you talking about? Because if you're talking about finding the materials, it's easier now. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I had someone stream, so I had it like blasting volume. It's easier now that you can do the whole thing where you put, you can have it show you, but again, because I'm not lighting up Statues of the Seven, how useful are random dots in this when you can't see the terrain? Not very helpful. So that's why I gave up on that. And I could go into other people's worlds and do it. I just had other priorities. Like, Chaska became a priority because of her flying mechanic. That's really the only reason I built Chaska. Well, and the reason Nilou is built as far as she is because up until Chaska, I only had her and Zhao, and so I was like, well, I need a 5-star. But Nilu's flowers are really hard. And that's just like another one I found to be really hard was originally for my Zhao, I wanted to build Farazan. Even though I don't have a lot of her constellations, I was like, she'll be semi-helpful. At that point, it was before they came out with the material finder aid. And so my friend and I were just trying to go based off the map alone, like the interactive map, and just like comparing where we thought we were on the map to where we were because my account was too low level to go into his world. And it was like impossible.
Don't be scared. Lola, get them. Let's fly. Locked on.
Knock him down.
At the right hand, it's
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
open fire.
But no, like I said, Chasko is very much
You
a...
never have too much Mora, huh?
Where's my map? I have so many tabs up. An exception, but... Okay, I'm gonna go double check. This really isn't... Okay. Oh my gosh, I've been playing too many games, and I'm pretty sure Nikki, the pick things up button, is triangle, so I was just sitting there with the mint, like, hitting triangle over and over, like, why won't you pick up? I played a whole bunch of Nikki this morning, and I'm gonna have to play even more tomorrow morning to catch up with all this stuff. To be fair, only like half of what I played was doing the event, and then I went and did a bunch of exploration. Okay. Day 3. And we done need our official. I keep hitting the wrong button.
Not now. Lola, get them. Take me up. My guiding stars. At the frying pan.
Locked on! Bullseye! Locked on!
I don't have my food. I did do a bunch of cooking after stream. I think it was after stream. It may have been on stream. If I'm being honest.
Let's run. Open fire. The night is cold. Take me up. Bullseye! Not now. Let's run. The night is cold, nice and spicy. Eat this! Take up! Bullseye! Locked on!
We're going to pull out a...
At the ready. I'll race you there. Wow, these will come in handy.
The bad thing about pulling people that I don't have on my main account is that I have both the 5-star pyro archers on my main account. And so if I'm not pulling people I already have, we ain't getting them.
Race you. What a bountiful harvest!
Yeah, I was a Lenny main for like, if I just had Lenny but never used him, I would consider it, but I was a Lenny main for like a year. I don't know. I don't use Yoimiya often, but I'm gonna see if building Yanfei takes care of everything. There are just a lot of pyro puzzles in the game. And Guoba, bless his heart,
Whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
he's not the aimer that he could be.
Race you, my guiding star. By royal decree.
Locked on! Ooh, shiny. So pretty. Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Okay. Jessica, no.
I'm a little out of practice these days.
7 more. A bunch of them are in that underground. Okay. I was just double checking that that one really was day 3.
Yeah, the night is cold.
Sometimes the people on the interactive map just cannot decide what day things take place on.
Not now. Stars, shine for me. On reveal fight.
Locked on!
I just realized that even when I'm over the pain of the daily stuff in Ankonomia, when I have to do all of the lights turning on and off, which is not joyful.
The night is cold. Nice and spicy.
Open fire!
Mostly it's just because you have to sit and watch that cutscene over and over again.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
I've also got bad news that tomorrow, like all the day 3 chests, the enemies are the stupid Rift Hounds.
Open fire! Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
I don't... Do I... What? Who uses the Rift Hounds? Sorry, Rift Wolves. What uses them? Oh, you know what?
I'd have lost myself long ago.
No. I don't think I have anybody who's using a weapon that requires a rift.
Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is tougher.
God, she's talking about taming the beast within.
Ooh, shiny. That's so pretty.
Not now. Oz, reveal. Take me up. Bullseye.
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
No, we're gonna go take on what I remember being a not fun puzzle. To be fair though, I can't remember if I was using the interactive map at this point. I think I was, because I think by the time I did Tsurumi, I was in my exploration era. But I don't think I'd caught on to the fact that the interactive map had videos. Now, I don't use the official Hoyo one. I use the app sample one. I find the Hoyo one to be... I don't know. Hard. I find it to not look nice. The functionality is not for me. Okay. Yes. Oh, this person has provided like a whole in-depth explanation of how the puzzle works and stuff. Oh my god. The first minute is them discussing the concept of using the puzzle. Okay. I'm gonna take my headset off so I can listen to this.
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Forward. And then this time we're going to push it towards like this one right here. And we're going to come over here to this first one right here, and we're going to... here, this one. And this one we're gonna push over here to this one right here. To this one right here. This one we're gonna push the second one again. The way it is. Just look at the symbol and whatever symbol the stone is, just push it towards that. The form we're gonna push also there. Okay, that was automatic. I will pick that one. So here, let's push it back. And from here we're gonna push towards the fork over there.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
And the catch here is that this stone right here has to stand right here in the middle, and this one right here has to stand over here, which would make us like basically rotate the whole thing around. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here to the circle one, this one right here, push it forward, and then this time we're gonna push it towards like this one right here. And we're gonna come over here to this first one right here, and we're gonna push it towards the second one. And then finally we're gonna push it like outwards, right here. And then we have, and then finally we're gonna push it like outwards, right here. And then we have to basically push every single one of them one more time forward. This one we're gonna push it over there. This one over there. It's not each cycle once it goes up for some reason. I don't know why it does that. Okay, this one. There. Just gonna wait for that one to be done. And this one towards the fork there. And finally we're gonna have to take this one out. Push it towards this one right here. And then we're gonna basically push all of them back. Again, that one is like over there stuck, so first we have to take that one out. So what we're gonna do this time is come over here to this one, push it back in its place, and then push it outwards, and just like rotate all of the stones.
When you lose
like
your way,
forward.
gaining
Just
some
like rotate
altitude can bring some perspective.
Okay. I needed that. I was never gonna figure that out.
So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
I'm not a big puzzle person. I'll admit.
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
I may have gotten this one. Okay.
Not now. Midnight Phantasmagoria. Nice and spicy. You're toast.
Let's run! Locked on!
Open fire.
Hold on to your hats.
Open fire. Open fire.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
So stay tuned. Debating whether I want to do the underground stuff. I think I might just wait until tomorrow to do the underground stuff. Investigations? I'm confused. Like, in the game? Or just, like, in general investigations? Or... I don't know. I've never really done anything like that. I just remembered there's a puzzle over here. Genshin's is more like if you read it. I mashed this up. I misunderstood the picture. So, Rederb and I tried Phasmophobia for my birthday. And it went... we just kept dying. Well, and some of the problem is that we kept getting this stupid mimic. And obviously, neither of us really understood the whole... here's the conditions with which it mimics... I messed it up again. I just can't read this picture. We were not familiar with the specific things surrounding checking for a mimic. Mostly because my knowledge of the game came from, like, videos from release when it was not so complicated. And so we only had
You can never have
a
too much
few,
more, huh?
but most of it wasn't even an issue of like investigating it. Most of it was like we were just dying so fast. I'm not a good runner awayer. I'm not good, I don't have a steady hand with controls.
Luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
And so getting away fast in a correct manner is not in my forte, if you will. And I don't think either of the times we did it, well, we did it multiple times, but like I think every round, once one of us died, we just ended up both dying. Yeah, we just always kept getting hunted.
The night is cold. Take me up. Open fire. Let's fly.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
That's a ghost thing. Stay. I don't know. I keep intending to play it again, but I'm also kind of a scaredy cat, so I don't really want to play it alone. Well, so I wouldn't strike anybody as a... Phasmo fan either. I said I'm just not... I'm a scaredy cat and a crybaby. I haven't tried any. I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? I bought a couple games on the PlayStation sale that like aren't my usual stuff that I'm gonna try. I bought Fallout because I remember watching my dad play it and I was like, I liked the music. I've never played any like shooter style games before, so we're gonna see how I like that when I get around to it in 10 business years.
Knock him down.
Not now. Nice and spicy. Let's run. Locked on.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
But I mean, I figure up until Genshin, all I'd played was The Sims, so already we're a little out of the norm. Yeah, I definitely don't want to play anything where I'm like in a lobby with people or stuff like that. Like I'm not interested in competitive gaming. And I don't mean like competition. I mean like I don't really want to play things where I'm in competition with another player because I'm just not great at it. And so losing over and over again is just not really a highlight. But so I'll avoid PvP and stuff, but
Open fire.
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
My guiding star.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Locked on.
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
Chaska's just not into the, she doesn't have a teapot like we do.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
None of this will go to waste.
Yes. It was on sale for like $6. So the only reason I remember the music is because the grocery store I worked at played like 50s music, and some of the songs were what was on there. And I thought that was funny. Okay, we want circle. U. Fork. Triangle.
Open sesame. Oh, now I'm hungry.
Sorry, I'm like joking on sunflower seeds. I have Outer Worlds on my Switch. I feel so bad. My dad bought it for me because he saw it and he thought I would like it. I played it for 3 hours and I never got my, I was never able to get, this is very embarrassing. I wasn't able to get the ship off the ground. Like, I'm not talking like I got it in the air and couldn't get it to land on a planet. I'm talking like we never left the starting planet. I just couldn't figure out the controls, and I was trying to follow people's advice, and there's like this little ship. I mean, I'm sure if you've played it, you know, there's the little ship you can practice with. I tried that. I also was never able to really successfully get that to work. It was not like a glitch in the game. It was a glitch in my gaming ability. Let's say that. And so I have not touched it since. Is that not what you said? Outer Worlds? What is Outer Worlds? I might actually have Outer Worlds too. Because I feel... Yes, I feel like that was on PlayStation Plus. But I don't know if I downloaded it. Let's see. I think that was on PlayStation Plus and I just didn't download it. Because at the time, that was just really not, like I said, I've never played it. But if I like it, I'll look into Outer Worlds. Oh, I'm supposed to be Supposed to be looking out for prices. Okay, it's still not on sale. My dad and I are playing Split Fiction, and he found out there was a game they made even before they made It Takes Two, and he wants to play that. And, well, he's already disappointed because he likes to buy physical copies of games, and they don't be making that. Like, anything you find is on eBay, and it's really expensive. But we just have to hope there's no grappling techniques in the first game, because when I was playing Split Fiction, this man is usually great at gaming, like significantly better than me. He's played all the Dark Souls games and stuff. Like, he was a good gamer, but oh my gosh, we were playing Split Fiction the other night, and I made it through the grappling in like the first attempt. It took him 15 attempts. We sat there for 10 minutes while he was trying to grapple. It's true, age does get us all. I don't know if this is an age thing or if that's just something he's just not good at. I guess Dark Souls does not really have a lot of grappling in it.
Or garlic and herbs.
And I've also just been doing a lot better with like grappling and, well, obviously Genshin has a couple kind of grappling type mechanics, and then like, he's not good with platforming because he's never really played any games with platforming, but now that I've started playing Infinity Nikki, I've started getting good with platforming.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Well, and he just gets frustrated, and then, which I'm that way too. If I don't do it very often with Genshin, partially because, like, I've played Genshin multiple times, but, I had to do it a couple times when I was playing, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I feel like having the headset on reminds you that people are watching you, and when I get frustrated, I have to, like, oh my gosh. I have to like take my headset off because it just like starts making me really anxious, and like I have to set it aside. The only other time I think the most frustrated I've been was Assassin's Creed, but when I started Wuthering Waves, I also got really, really frustrated during that first boss fight where you have Jian with you, and they don't allow you a third slot character, so you don't have a healer, and I'm not a dodger. I have Zhongli on my main account and Layla on this account. There is no dodging. I have no dodging technique. And I did make it through the fight, but multiple times I was just like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I'm doing, like, no damage to this boss. This boss is beating me up left and right. I don't know how to dodge. But that's just, like, there's a couple, the Wuwa version of time trials that I just haven't been able to pass because they require, like, dodging and timing techniques, and I'm just not good at, like, timing techniques, and so I just can't. It's just not my thing.
For ingredients.
Okay. I mean, it is what it is, obviously, so. I've never really played a rhythm game. I guess It Takes Two had a rhythm game section, and well, so I've done, like, the music in Genshin, when that quest came out, I did a bunch of them, and
What a powerful harvest.
there is if you look on my account, I do believe there is a clip of not this most recent time, but when there was an actual event. I had gone through. I usually can get through the first 2 levels of difficulty of songs before it's too much for me. So I'd gone through all those, and I went into like people's songs that they'd made, and I pulled one up because I was like, oh, this says you only need this number of fingers, I'll be fine. Because it is also a little different on the controller. It's a lot harder on the controller. And I pulled it up and immediately was like, nope, 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 because all of a sudden everything was happening at once. But, oh yeah, people can be crazy talented. Well, like last night after stream, I got onto my friend's stream and she had someone who was playing a Hatsune Miku rhythm game. Is that rhythm games on the controller are just a lot harder? I don't know, maybe when I finish.
Hold on to your hats.
My guiding stars.
Let's fly.
Maybe when I finish Tsurumi today, I'll pull out the music to celebrate. I don't think we have Rue's theme, unfortunately.
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
I did, I believe. I think my dad had it and we played that, but I was like a kid. And so I was I was a kid. I was not good at anything. So I don't think I was from what I remember, it was not great. But I don't know. Like I said, it was quite a while ago. Which I now am kind of like, it's kind of funny that my dad had that, because he's not, like, that's really not a him thing. He's very, like, Dark Souls. His other thing is when he plays games like Stardew, he just wants to make his damn money. That's, like, his whole...
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
What was that? Yeah, I could see that. What? I'm confuzzled. Okay.
My guiding star. Boba, get them. By royal decree. Let's run.
I just meant more like like that type of game just isn't really his thing. Like I said, he's big Dark Souls. He does play Stardew Valley with me, but well, he told me he likes to make money, but then I started a farm with him, And I really question how this man is making money in his saves, because in my save with him, I keep having to be like, hey, if you could like do some stuff, like I'm like, could you please make it through 5 levels of the mine, please, please. Where is this? Okay, it's down here.
Open sesame! Oh, now I'm hungry.
That might be it. I think I have all the day 2 stuff now. Oh, and Stardew, I just like think I got so sucked in to trying to figure out where that puzzle was that you were like, eat to regain energy, and I was like, energy? Like, were you just not healing in Genshin? I was like, someone save me. He doesn't believe in eating either. That's why he can't make it down 5 levels in the mine. Like, I keep having to go and, like, he'll be, like, at the 4th floor, and he'll be like, I'm out of energy, I gotta tap out, and I'll be mining with him, and I'll make it down to the 5th floor, and then I'll make it down 5 more floors, and I'll be like, sir, please, you can't do this to me. I know like I said, he's played before, so I know he's like made it through the mines and everything, and I guess I assume he's made it through the mines. Maybe he really hasn't made it through the mines, and I don't know, but I am sometimes like, dude, please. So I wouldn't exactly call myself Stardew expert. I do have a game on here on the PlayStation that I've streamed before, so maybe one day we'll see that, but I can't see anything. No, Youngling, don't fall. What the hell? Okay, let's see. I've got a bunch of stuff around here. take a picture of this. I want that for later. We're gonna journey to the top. Yeah, and you really can't see. Oh, no, you can kind of see the islands.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Take me up!
More makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much more, huh?
Okay, what am I? I do need this. I do need triangle. And I need a circle and a fork. Okay, I see fork. Now I just need circle. Oh, right here.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty. Locked on! Bullseye!
The night is cold, nice and spicy. Shadow Raven, let night fall. Cold, mine's a command. Hey, yes!
Locked on! Fire in the hole!
Not now. At the frying pan.
Bullseye! Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty. Let's run!
Yes.
Locked on! Locked on!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
It's her enemy
Get them.
Take me up!
character that it's hard to swirl on.
Bullseye!
Alright, where did that other ceiling go? Oh. gonna say I could have sworn I had already been here with a Sealy. And I still have an Electrosealy that I need to take care of. I hate Electrosealies. They're actually my number one enemy. Yes, I have a hard time keeping track of them. I've gotten better since my first time in Inazuma. Okay, we've got triangle. Then we have check mark. Then we have partial circle. Then we have, I don't even know how to describe that. And then we have fork.
None of this will go to waste.
Okay, where is this guy?
Race you!
I just have one more thing I want to grab today. And like I said, I think Underground will be tomorrow because at that point, there really won't be anything left to do. There's some chests, but a lot of what's left is ghost stuff, which won't be unlocked until like day 4. Or it might even be after day 4. And all of the ghost stuff will pretty much have to be off stream. Because a lot of it's like multi-day stuff. And I'm not like having 10-minute streams to do ghost stuff on Genshin. I'll just do what I did with like the Nego quests and the Kamaki quests and... anything I can do Monday night, I'll do it. And the rest will just be up to fate. Just had to figure out how many times it had been hit. Yeah, the map's pretty sparse now.
Salt and pepper or garlic and
Except that underground section. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe after I've done this and I've done the commercial quest, maybe I'll all of a sudden be like, oh no. No. I don't want to do this puzzle. And my map doesn't have a hint. Yes. Um. Maybe this will be easy. We're gonna risk it. Oh, this is very easy to solve. Okay, we're all good. We didn't need to be worried about that. I think the worst one really is that other one that I did that I had pulled. I don't think there's really that many more anyway. Well, poor Sayu, Saray Island also got the chop, so... Although I think the people actually made it out. At least the villagers. I mean, like, Hibiki didn't... Domeki did, but... And here's your first hint of what's to come.
Race you! My guiding stars! Nice and spicy! Ha! Locked on! Locked on!
Let's go find us a stone.
The night is cold.
Locked on! Bullseye!
Okay. We want check mark, circle,
Race you.
partial circle, fork, man. And nobody's here again. It is really disturbing to hang around in the ceremonials. Like, I don't know. I find comfort hanging out in the middle of this thing. I do not find any comfort hanging out in this ceremonial site because, like, you know he's dead and he died. Like, they killed him here. It's very disturbing. I mean, the whole quest is disturbing. Well, so I heard, now I don't speak Chinese, so I can't verify this, but from my understanding, so if you read the description of the Thunder, God, what is it? The Thunder artifact set, the Electro artifact set from the beginning of the game, it describes it a little bit, and from my understanding, the Chinese version is even more descriptive than the English version. Let me find it. Thundering Fury. So let me read it. So it just does say with Innocent's blood they summoned the Thunderbird. And I don't think it's like a different description in Chinese. I think it's just how they've worded it. Basically, what's implied is that the cup for Thundering Fury, like, they put out a ritual cup filled with his blood. It held the blood of, there was a ritual goblet, it held the blood of the offered. And for the next time she saw the boy was when his blood filled the golden goblet on the sacrificial altar. Okay, so in the English translation, this is what someone said on Reddit. In the English translation, it just talks about sacrificing his blood only, but in the Chinese version, it implies that, like, his flesh was removed from his bones and that some people have said if you translate it into a specific tribe's translation, it implies they cut his tongue out, but the direct translation, the direct Chinese translation is more of, instead of just talking about blood in the cup, there is some implication that he suffered a lot and that they, yeah, took his blood off. Or his flesh off his bones. Which is horrifying. I mean, either way, he died and it was probably very painful. But it's a very, very dark quest. I don't think we'll be changing our names. And it does also leave some implications of, like, in the end, once you find out that, you know, he's been human sacrificed, like, Smida's writing a whole story about this child, and, like, is that correct? Is that right? There's Domeki. We are like so close to. Uh, 55. AR 55. Just double check that I have 4 more left. Yep. There's... Oh, go. Okay. I'm gonna go work on the underground stuff. The sooner I get it done, the better I'll feel. I jumped too far. You take a picture. Fork, check, partial circle, running man.
None of this will go to waste.
Okay.
Not now. Odds revealed by your toast.
Open fire! Locked on! Bullseye!
There's an an electrograna somewhere around here.
Come, Stepper. Don't be scared.
Take the up. Locked on. Locked on. Bullseye.
The night is cold. I'm surprised him. By royal decree.
Let's fly.
Open fire! Open fire!
Bullseye. Knock him down.
Cold. Mine's a command.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Bullseye. Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Not now. Nice and spicy. Odds revealed by
Take the up. Bullseye.
my guiding star. Boba, get them.
Ha! Locked on.
Open fire!
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
It's like, why wouldn't you open?
Nice and spicy.
Locked on. Bullseye. Yeah.
Forgot. Okay, let's pull Amber out again.
Make sure to keep up.
Not Rosaria, Amber. Oh my gosh, that's the fire from... Oh my god. All of a sudden, it just sounded like people... I don't know how to describe it. It just sounded like people talking. Freaked me out a little. So, not like people talk. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like all of a sudden you're in a crowd, really light, and I don't know. It kind of did. No. Cause like I live in an apartment, and so like I can hear when like my neighbors like open and close their door and everything. And sometimes I feel like it's so loud, even though realistically it's not that loud.
By royal decree, let's run.
Bullseye! Locked on! Locked on! Bullseye!
My guiding stars.
Take me up! Open fire!
Next time, be sure to make... The night is cold. Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Need Amber for this one.
Outrider Amber, report. These will come in handy.
Quickly get Xiangling back. Because I can hear something
Just sharpen my spear.
clicking around.
Race you. My guiding star.
Locked on! Locked on! Open fire!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Booba, get them!
Let's ride! Bullseye!
The night is cold. Don't be scared. Eat this! Odds reveal dice. Ha!
Locked on!
Hold on to your hats.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever knife from at the frying pan.
Locked on! Open fire! Bullseye! Open fire!
More makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much more, huh?
Get ourselves something to eat.
Stars, shine through.
Let's ride! Locked on! Bullseye!
Not now.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Okay, where?
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective. I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. But taming the beast within is tougher.
Okay, I gotta go look. Do that. My map, like, reloaded. Okay. One. And then I just have one more stone slate to get. It's over here. Okay, I make this like pasta salad. I call it Greek pasta salad, but people really question it. It's Greek because it has Greek salad dressing in it. But so it's pasta and cucumbers and onions. It was the onion that did me in. I'd already managed the cucumber slices, but the onion took me out. And red peppers and mandarin oranges, which people really question, but I think it adds a lot of freshness to it, and feta cheese. And it's really, I don't know why, but I just really like it.
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
I fear we may be about to suffer. There's a depiction of this puzzle,
By royal decree, take me up.
and I don't understand anything in it. We're gonna hope for a YouTube video.
Open fire!
There, because this picture, not helpful. Okay.
I'm a little out of practice these days. Any conflicts around? I'm in the mood for some peacemaking.
No, I did finish making it the next day though, because as my finger was bleeding out, I did put all of the veggies I was making, you know, into the fridge. And so I was able to, preserve them. But I don't think she wanted them. welcome. I'm so lost on this puzzle. I fear we're... What does it want? Okay. Okay, so now triangle needs to move. There. And circle. Just to move here. And you just need to keep moving. Now, you Need to move there for some reason. Okay, I think I've got it. I think I've got this puzzle. I didn't even have to pull up a YouTube video. Y'all should be proud of me.
Or makes a lot of problems.
Okay, now we need to go all the way back down here. I am going to save this room for tomorrow. Get some real Tsurumi Island lore in there. Okay.
Or makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
is this other... Oh. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. I forgot about that. I forgot that one of my 2 remaining oculi is stuck behind the Enkanomiya quest. Well, technically, it's stuck behind the lead up to the Enkanomiya quest, but I don't want to do that until I'm going to do Enkanomiya. So it's stuck there. So we're going to have to venture out to the domain and get us our last oculi. I was like, who's calling me? But it was not a phone call, so. Keep hitting that. Okay, I can see it. It's kind of exciting to see so much of Inazuma done, and like, I lied, I can't see it. Those are the other islands in the background. But it's exciting to look at my interactive map and see so much of Inazuma done. There, now I can see it.
Rain. My hair and feathers are gonna get soaked. Time for some preening when I get back.
So after this, I'm going to do a bunch of, like, not today, but just in general, I'm going to do a bunch of, story quests and hangouts. And then we're going to do Enkanomiya. Then I can move on to the chasm. I still have, so on my main account where I have all exploration done, I only have up to here on Hangouts. I only have up to Goru. I have all of these still left. I kind of just save them for potential, I don't know. One day I might need Primos desperately, and so every time I need Primos, I run around and do them.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
him down. Ha! Bullseye!
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
The night is cold. Not now.
Let's fly!
Dividing the loot is often a cause of conflict, but luckily for you, I don't really need this stuff.
I don't know. Sorry, I got distracted. I just find the hangouts to just kind of be not super thrilling. Some of them are good. Of the ones that I've done, so I don't know anything about any of these, but I liked Chongyun's, I liked Diona's. Beto's actually provides a lot of interesting things about her lore that you wouldn't know otherwise, and it's the same with Ningguang. The others are kind of just hit or miss.
Mora makes a lot of problems go away. So you can never have too much Mora, huh?
Let's fly! Bullseye! Open fire!
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
Take me up! Bullseye! Locked on! Locked on! climb.
Ooh, shiny. That's so pretty.
All right.
Destiny has brought me hither.
Maybe I'll do these tomorrow too. I'm almost there with Tsurumi Island. Now, pretty sure on my main account, I must have done Tsurumi before I did Watatsumi. Not sure why. You need to come back and do this. I just had troubles with it. I also need to go to Sarai real quick and feed a cat. Just remembered that.
Destiny has brought me hither.
Okay, let's go to Sarai real quick. And feed the cat. And then let's go turn stuff in. 10. There's a Kirara constellation. Chongyun constellation.
I created another universe.
We actually have quite a few Kirara and Chongyun constellations. But I think all of Chongyun's are from how much money we did, in fact, put in. 99% on Tsurumi. Okay. I just gotta...
I hear the voice of fate.
I gotta
Speaking my
see.
name in humble supplication.
No. Okay.
Take me up.
Ooh, shiny. It's so pretty.
No, okay. I don't know why I really thought that would push me over the edge, but I figured I'd give it a shot. I also need to check. Do I have 3 pearls? I do. Okay. So this will be all ready tomorrow to do. Alright, which means we just need to go to the Court of Fontaine. Let me pull up. Earlier I had the sheet that has all the instructions. That's what I'm gonna do. I finished it on my main account this morning. So we're sneaking into Fontaine. The other night, I can't remember if it was on or off stream, I opened up a teleport point here so I could get to it. Now, unfortunately, there won't be much, ooh, what order do things go in? Because I've already done it, so. I assume this is supposed to be their sequel of sorts to, the Fontaine Film Festival. Kind of like how they did a mini callback to the, fungi thing. I think it's hard with stuff like, because stuff like Wind Bloom and Lantern Rite is a little easier to do year to year than, like, I mean, how many ways can you do the mushroom fighting thing? This is some nice music. Now, I had my headset off, so I don't know if any of these have dialogue. Also kind of a throwback to the potion event. That was one of the first events I did on stream. It was. I remember having a good time with it. I mean, that was also the first event I did twice, but honestly, it wasn't that hard to do twice. I don't know. I know some people aren't into the little shop things like that, but I like it.
Treating friends and family? Look no further than One Mean Restaurant. Our renowned chefs bring you the very best with every bite. And our waiting staff love to provide service with a smile.
Hungry for change? Discover new flavors at One Mean Restaurant. Our diverse menu is sure to have a dish with your name on it.
Oh, this is
Why
making me
settle for
hungry.
less when you could be feasting like an adeptus? One Mean, where life tastes better. Loba! Not again!
I made some brats on my stove right before I got on that I had, but been a couple hours now. Maybe I'll make some ramen when I get off tonight.
Whoa, I could buy my favorite novel.
Maybe I should save it up.
Tri-flavored skewers, anyone?
I love the implication that Ito gives out allowances.
I'm gonna do that. Thanks, boss.
I add frozen peas to it. I've always wanted to, but ramen's kind of my lazy meal. To be honest, I probably won't make ramen. I believe I have chicken strips in my fridge, and it probably will take me less time to do that in my air fryer than to make ramen. No, ramen, I always have this is not nice ramen. This is cheap ramen, and I have ramen and chicken strips for when I don't feel like cooking. So I'd asked my dad for one. This is the second year that he's done this. So 2 years ago, I asked him for an air fryer, and I'd put one on my Christmas list. And I put one, it was a pretty small one because it's just me. And at the time, I lived in a studio apartment that didn't have any countertops. So I had nowhere to put this air fryer. It was kind of what I was getting at. And my parents knew this. They had moved me into this apartment. And my dad had cooked it with me on, over FaceTime and stuff. So he knew. So I asked for this pretty moderately sized air fryer. On Christmas that year, I open up this giant gift, and it's like the largest air fryer you can get. And my dad was like, well, it was on sale for the same price. And I was like, Father, I don't have room for this. So it sits on my floor. It used to sit, so in the old apartment, it sat on my floor. And then in this apartment, for a while, it sat on my countertop. But the story continues on. So this last year, I wasn't able to go home for Christmas because I'd moved across the country and I just didn't have any vacation time. Well, where else was it going to go? I didn't have any counters. I didn't have counters. I didn't have a table. There was no room for a table. It just sat on the floor. It is what it is. It's not like food was touching the floor. I was preparing the food on my stove top. I had to do what I had to do. But anyway, so this year, I asked for a blender. Where would I have put the stand? Okay. This year I asked for a blender. Again, I asked for now I have countertops here, but they're already full with my microwave and at the time the air fryer. So I asked for a blender. And like I said, I wasn't able to go home. So one day I come home and there's this giant package at my door for Christmas. And my dad, I'm sitting there trying to figure out what it could possibly be. Because my parents and I are list people, so we just buy based on each other's lists. So I know some people are anti that. But anyway, so later on, I'm talking to my mom. I'm like, hey, what? Because my birthday is also in December. So I was like, is this a Christmas or a birthday gift? But anyway. And she was like, do you know what it is? And I was like, no, I didn't ask for anything that large. And she was like, well, it's something you asked for, but more. Okay, again, I asked for a single pitcher, regular sized pitcher blender. This man bought me a triple sized pitcher blender. Not only that, it also comes with a triple-sized food processor attachment. I was just thanking God that I'd also asked for a hand mixer, and I have to admit, when I first saw the size of the package, I was slightly terrified that he'd bought me a whole, mixer, and I was like, I don't do enough mixing to need this. Yeah, let me look at what it is. So I had a rolling cart from my old apartment that I put video game stuff on, but in this apartment, I didn't really have it doing anything, and so now in my kitchen, I have a rolling cart of all these blender things. It is a Ninja. And it's insane. It's got auto IQ. It came with 2 cups to put things in. But no, so my cart is full of all of the blender and food processor attachments, and then my mixer, my hand mixer, and then I also got a rice cooker. And the air fryer has once been relegated to the floor because I use the blender a lot. Like I said, I highly appreciate it. I am just I find it funny because in the lead up to this, I'd been making Christmas cookies, and he even openly was talking to me about yeah, I know you have no room for anything in your kitchen, you don't have a lot of counter space, and then he goes and buys me this giant blender. I'm like, Mark, I'm like, If you knew I had no counter space. It's fine though. I was glad I had the rolling cart so I didn't have to buy a kitchen cart. Because I did get on originally and look to see how much kitchen carts were, and holy crap, they're expensive. That's just like when I was thinking about getting a, when I was thinking about getting a PC, I didn't realize that computer monitors were so expensive. I mean, I thought $100 was expensive. I thought computer monitors were going to be real cheap.
Madame Farazan, letters from the students.
Thank you for your invitation, Madame Farazan. I've given this a lot of thought, and in the end, I think I'm gonna focus on Kasharwar.
Sorry, Madame Farazan. While I'm very interested in mechanisms and ancient texts, I'm stretched thin as it is. I need to focus on my other classes.
I think part of it is I was looking at refurbished computers.
Folks, don't place all your yolks in the same punnet. Broaden your horizons today and find a new locus for your focus.
No, I think I was just, because I was looking at refurbished desktops, it seemed like a giant... The refurbished desktops, some of the ones I was looking at were going for like $350. Well, a $100 monitor compared to that seems like a lot because it's 1/3 of the cost. But if you're looking at actual new computers that are running for like $800, that $100 seems much smaller. I need to do the anecdotes on my main account tomorrow. And I think I've been convinced to just wait for Black Friday and buy a Steam Deck. See, and I just don't know anything about computers. My parents haven't had a PC in ages because ours broke when I was like 16 and they just never got a new one. Never used it. I don't know. In general, I'll just look for a sale. I just know there's sales on Black Friday, but also it kind of depends on what happens in the US with student loans, because They get rid of all the income-based repayments and are like, yeah, you're gonna owe $700 a month. There will be no Steam Decks. There will be sadness.
Wait. Surely you can't use persuasion on plants.
Yeah, I have a lot out since I went for my master's, so.
Get together with your friends, adventure awaits.
Well, library science just doesn't pay a lot anyway. And then I moved down south where it's cheap cost of living, but also very cheap pay. That was my hope too, and I graduated over last summer, and so I had applied for income-based repayment back in November, December, and it was in processing, and then they declared they weren't processing anything anymore. And so I got put on forbearance till at least May, but now they're moving around who owns the loans. So who knows how long I'll be in forbearance. And maybe in May they'll be like, start paying. We don't care if you have an application in. I don't know. I'm not super thrilled about everything that's going on. It's very stressful. Let's get out of this undisclosed location. I don't really want to be on Tsurumi. I guess I'll come be here on Saray. And there's not really any, there's not really a good reason to go get a PhD for library sciences. It's just not really something needed. And so it'd kind of be like, there's just nothing. Yeah, there's just nothing I would do with it. If I was gonna get a PhD, it would be in history. But I'd need a master's in history too. I don't need to do anything else for Neko, do I? Yeah. I mean, if I thought I could get away with it, I would. I just know that it's not really an option.
When you lose your way, gaining some altitude can bring some perspective.
Okay. I think that might be it for the night. I don't really have anything else to do because I don't really want to stay up long enough to do anything. Yeah. Looking at my map, it's all, I mean, at this point, it's all either day 3 stuff that unlocks after day 4. So there's a whole bunch of like ghost stuff. And then the only thing that I could technically do, well, I have 2 domains that I could do, but I'll probably do that tomorrow given there won't be a lot of exploration left tomorrow. But technically I could unlock the ruins downstairs. There's a puzzle with these star-shaped gems. They look very circular to me. That has these Sealies, but I figured I'd wait until I'd actually like finished the whole quest. But, and then it'll just be a bunch of ghost stuff. And then, like I said, my plan is to start playing Honkai and Wuwa again. Yeah. And, then work on my story quests. I think before I go to Enkanomiya, I for sure want at least through the Raiden Shogun, but to be honest, I might try to do all of them. Yeah, I might try to do all of them before I go to Enkanomiya. Take a little bit of a break before more exploration. Especially because after we get through Enkanomiya is like kind of annoying because you have the back and forth of the daytime, and like for a good chunk you have to go to the whole like main hub to turn the day and night cycle. But the real killer is that after Enkanomiya, we have to go to the chasm, and I'm not a chasm stan. The chasm is very dreary, but my plan is to do chasm delvers and all like the base chasm stuff, and then at that point do the outside part of the chasm, and then do Perilous Trail, and then Requiem, and then do inside of the chasm exploration. The inside of the chasm is just so annoying because the map is like it's all underground, but there are places where, like, you just can't see paths through, and it's really annoying to find stuff in the chasm. That's just my memory of doing the chasm underground. It was actually the last place that I did in my whole time. Well, okay, so I did it, so I had all of, like, I had everything else done in the lead up to Remuria coming out, except the inside of the chasm. And so, like, I have a stream from the night before Remuria came out. Well, it probably would have been 2 nights before Remuria came out. Where I finished off the chasm after, like, a year and a half. I just put it off for so long. Like, I had all the quests done. It was purely the exploration. But it'll be fine. We're just going to push through because the one thing... So, the 2 reasons that I started a second account were Tsurumi Island Quest and Sumeru. And so we just have to tell ourselves that after the chasm, I can go to Sumeru. Unfortunately, I do have to finish all of the jungle off before I can go to the desert. But Sumeru is Sumeru. We're just going to have to tell ourselves that. It's just going to be the thing keeping us sane. Mine is done. I didn't mind it as much as some people do, but I know some people aren't into the long quest. Like, Tsurumi is a lot shorter than I remember it being, but that's because I think now we're so used to world quests being pretty extended. Because even the main world quest running through Natlin the sections are pretty long. Now, Arnyaka and the Fontaine one are particularly long, and I think they've moved away from that length, but I have it all finished. I have all of the Aranara found. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I just can't help it. I'm going to stay on for 2 minutes, and we're going to get this stream to 4 hours. I don't know why. All of my streams are varying lengths, but I have a really, really long stream. I can't remember what it was. I know my Remuria stream was really, really long because I had the day off, and so I got up and I did all of the Arlecchino quest, which I felt like that was a story quest that took forever. And then I did all of the Remuria quest, and then I started on exploration, and I was so tired because I woke up at 6 a.m. to do it. But I have some I know I did like one that, so I have an 8.5 hour Wuthering Waves from when I started, and a 6 hour one, like a couple days later. I have a 6 hour, there must have been a night where I did like 6 hours of Genshin Hangouts. And my Watatsumi video was 6 hours. I go to like 6 hours quite often, apparently. That's kind of scary. I did a 6 hour one the day the music stuff came out, where you could like play music. That came out. Damn, I'm trying to find my 12 hour one. Oh, I have multiple 6 hour ones from when Infinity Nikki came out too. Here's a 7-hour Star Rail one. 6-hour Star Rail one. 7-hour Genshin. Here's another 7-hour one for Genshin, and another 6-hour one. I did a 6-hour one the day after Natlin came out. And I did a 6-hour one exploring Leeway. Here it is. I should have known. It was my summer. It was the summer event one. It is 11 hours and 40 minutes. I did the whole event in one day, and I think all of the exploration. Yeah, here's a 7-hour Assassin's Creed one. Yeah, my Remuria one was 7 hours. I've had a ton of like 6 and 7-hour ones. It's kind of scary. But yeah, it was the summer event. Because I thought I was going to have to split it into 2. But I must have just barely made it. That was a very long day. I do remember that. But it was such a good summer event. I felt like it had so much lore in it. Yeah, I really did finish it. I could have sworn I had to split it in 2, but looking at it, I did actually finish it. But no, I have always enjoyed Genshin's summer events, and I'm looking forward to this year's one. Okay, I'm gonna stop just tapping. I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna make myself some chicken strips. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably like this length of stream to finish up most of Tsurumi. I don't remember how long. I know there's a 4th day, but oh, 4th day is actually quite long. And I have to fight a Thunder Manifestation again. Okay, this is not gonna be fun. I will see you tomorrow if you're available. Please don't feel obligated. Thank you for coming.